grandfather clock in the sitting room chimed midnight with a sound like distant bells across a frozen lake. Molly Weasley's eyes opened in the darkness of her bedroom, though she had not truly been asleep. Beside her, Arthur's breathing came steady and deep, the rhythm of a man who had finally succumbed to exhaustion after another long day at the ministry. She envied him that peace, even as she loved him for the trust it represented, the ability to let go, to rest, to believe that tomorrow would sort itself out. But Molly could not rest. Not tonight. She lay still for a long moment, watching the shadows cast by moonlight through their bedroom window. The ancient apple tree in the garden swayed gently, its gnarled branches creating moving patterns on the ceiling that might have been soothing under different circumstances. Instead, they reminded her of reaching fingers, of things grasping in the dark. Carefully, so as not to disturb Arthur, Molly slipped from beneath the patchwork quilt. 3 generations old, that quilt, passed down from her grandmother and mended so many times the original fabric was more memory than material. Her feet found the cold wooden floor, and she reached for her dressing gown. The burgundy one that Ginny had said made her look like a proper witch from a storybook. The compliment had pleased her more than she'd admitted. The floorboards creaked under her weight, as they always did. Molly knew every singing board in this house, every groaning step, every complaining hinge. The Burrow was built of sound as much as wood and magic, a symphony of familiar noises that usually brought comfort. Tonight, each creak seemed too loud, an announcement of her restlessness to the sleeping house. She paused at the top of the stairs, one hand on the banister that wobbled slightly under her grip. Arthur kept meaning to fix it. She kept meaning to remind him. Such small, ordinary concerns seemed almost laughable now, when darker worries pressed against her chest like a physical weight. The stairs descended in a spiral. The Burrow had too many staircases for a house of its size, a side effect of the magical extensions Arthur had added over the years. Each new child had required more space, and the house had grown upward and outward in ways that defied Muggle physics, but made perfect sense to anyone who understood that a home expanded with love as much as with lumber. Molly descended carefully, her wand tucked in her dressing gown pocket, but her hand wrapped around it nonetheless. Old habits from old wars. She had been young during the first rise of Voldemort, young and fierce and foolish enough to believe that courage alone could turn back darkness. Her brothers had believed that too. She pushed the thought away, but it clung like cobwebs. The kitchen lay at the heart of the Burrow, both literally and metaphorically. It was the room where the family truly lived, where breakfast chaos erupted each morning, where homework battles were fought at the scarred wooden table, where tears were dried and triumphs celebrated, and the endless, glorious work of raising 7 children somehow got done despite all odds. Molly paused in the doorway, her hand finding the light switch from long habit, but she didn't turn on the harsh electric lights that Arthur had installed as an experiment years ago. Instead, she drew her wand, and with a whispered "Lumos," soft golden light bloomed at its tip, gentler than daylight, kinder than electricity. The kitchen revealed itself in warm shadows and familiar shapes. The enormous scrubbed pine table that dominated the center of the room, its surface marked with the history of family meals, scorch marks from a levitation charm gone wrong, initials carved by Fred and George when they were 7, a deep gouge from the time Ron had enthusiastically helped with dinner preparations. The mismatched chairs gathered around it, like old friends at a meeting. The ancient stove, temperamental and beloved, that required just the right touch to coax into heating properly. The sink, perpetually full of dishes that washed themselves with languid soap bubble efficiency. And there, on the wall, the clock. The Weasley family clock was not concerned with anything so mundane as telling time. It had 9 golden hands, one for each member of the family, and instead of numbers, the clock face bore labels: home, school, work, traveling, lost, hospital, prison, mortal peril, and in the center, encompassing all others, dead. Molly's eyes went to it immediately, as they always did. A mother's first thought, every time. Where are my children? Ron's hand pointed to school. Ginny's the same. Fred and George, she squinted in the dim light. Work, which likely meant they were still at their shop in Diagon Alley, probably sleeping in the flat above it, rather than coming home. Percy's hand stood at work as well, though she knew he wasn't at the shop. He hadn't spoken to them in months, not since that terrible row about the ministry, about Dumbledore, about everything that was tearing their world apart again. The thought of Percy sent a sharp pain through her chest. Her third son, so proud, so stubborn, so absolutely convinced he was right. The letters she'd sent had gone unanswered. The ministry had its claws in him now, filling his head with their version of truth, their insistence that everything was fine, that Dumbledore was a fearmonger, that Harry Potter was a disturbed boy seeking attention. But Molly had looked into Harry's eyes. She had seen what he'd seen, heard what he'd survived, and she knew, with the bone-deep certainty of a mother who had already lost too much, that the darkness was rising again. Bill's hand showed traveling, probably curse-breaking in Egypt still, or perhaps on his way home for a visit. Charlie's pointed to work in Romania. Arthur's hand rested at home, and she felt a warm rush of gratitude that he was upstairs, safe, sleeping. None of the hands pointed to mortal peril. Not yet. Not tonight. But Molly had watched hands swing toward that position before. She had watched her brother's hands move there and never move away. The clock had not had a setting for dead when she was younger. That had been added later, after harsh experience taught them that knowing was better than wondering. She moved to the table and pulled out her usual chair, the one with the threadbare cushion that had molded itself to her shape over decades of use. From the basket beside the hearth, she retrieved her knitting, Ron's Christmas sweater, already half finished, though it was only November. The wool was a deep maroon, his favorite color, though he'd never admit he had a favorite color. The letter R would go on the front in gold, as tradition demanded. But this sweater would be different. This one would carry more than warmth. Molly's needles began to click in the quiet kitchen, a sound as familiar to her as breathing. The rhythm of it usually soothed her, the repetitive motion that let her mind wander without becoming lost. Tonight, though, her mind had a destination in mind, one she'd been avoiding for days. The memory rose up as she knitted. Gideon's laugh, bright and reckless. Fabian's quiet smile, the way he'd ruffle her hair even when she was grown and married with children of her own. Her twin brothers, mirror images of each other in looks, but complements in temperament. Gideon had been the bold one, always ready to charge forward, wand blazing. Fabian had been the thoughtful one, planning 3 steps ahead, seeing patterns where others saw chaos. Together, They had been formidable. It hadn't been enough. Molly's hands stilled on the knitting needles. She stared at the partially formed sweater without seeing it, seeing instead a memory she'd tried to bury. Herself, young and pregnant with Bill, receiving the news. Dumbledore at her door, his eyes ancient and sad. Arthur's arm around her shoulders, holding her up when her legs wouldn't work. The words that seemed to come from very far away. They fought bravely. They took 5 Death Eaters with them. I'm so very sorry. Brave. As if bravery was enough. As if dying heroically made you any less dead. She had screamed at Dumbledore then, a raw animal sound of grief and rage, had demanded to know why brave was better than alive, why fighting was better than running, why her brothers had to die when they were so young, so full of life, so utterly irreplaceable. Dumbledore had taken her anger without flinching, had let her rail and weep until there was nothing left but emptiness. And then he had said something she'd never forgotten. Love is worth fighting for, Molly. Worth dying for. Your brothers knew that. They died so that others might live in a world without fear. At the time, hollow with grief, she had hated him for those words. Now, with her own children growing up in the shadow of a returning darkness, she understood them and hated them still, because understanding didn't make the truth any easier to bear. The fire in the hearth had burned down to embers, casting the kitchen in a reddish glow that reminded her uncomfortably of the Gryffindor common room where her children spent their evenings. She rose, crossed to the woodbox, and selected 3 pieces of seasoned oak. The wood was already enchanted. Most things in the burrow were, and it settled into the fire with a soft sigh, flames licking upward in shades of gold and orange that were far more comforting than the ember glow had been. Molly returned to her chair and took up her knitting again, but her hands moved differently now. With each stitch, she whispered. Not incantations exactly. She'd never been the theoretical witch that someone like Hermione Granger was, but intentions, protections, small magics that any mother knew, the kind that didn't require wand-waving or complicated pronouncements. Keep him warm, she breathed into one stitch. Keep him safe, into the next. Bring him home, into a third. The wool seemed to glow faintly in her hands, or perhaps that was just the firelight. It didn't matter. Magic was as much about belief as about technique, and Molly Weasley believed in the power of a mother's love with every fibre of her being. Outside, an owl hooted, probably Errol roosting in the eaves, or perhaps one of the wild barn owls that nested in the old shed. The sound was lonely and strange in the November night. Winter was coming, and with it, a darkness that had nothing to do with the turning of seasons. Molly thought of Ron at Hogwarts, sleeping in his 4-poster bed in Gryffindor Tower, probably snoring and driving his roommates mad. She thought of Ginny, fierce and brave, and so young, too young to be living in a world where Voldemort's name was whispered again in fear. She thought of the twins, brilliant and wild and entirely too reckless for her peace of mind. She thought of Percy, lost to her in a different way, convinced he was doing right, by siding with a ministry that was blind to the truth. And she thought of Bill and Charlie, grown men now, out in the world, making their own choices, facing their own dangers. When had they grown so far beyond her reach? When had she stopped being able to kiss their scraped knees and make everything better? The knitting needles clicked steadily, measuring out the minutes in wool and worry. The sweater grew row by row. each stitch a prayer, each pattern a protection. This was what she could do. This was her magic, not dueling Death Eaters or planning strategies or fighting on the front lines. Her magic was this: loving so fiercely that it became a shield, caring so deeply that it became armor, hoping so stubbornly that it became a weapon against despair. The clock ticked on, the fire crackled softly, and Molly Weasley sat in her kitchen, knitting love into wool, while outside the November wind picked up and rattled the windows like something trying to get in. She had lost her brothers to war. She had buried too many friends, attended too many funerals, seen too many mothers weeping over children who would never come home. The scars of the First War had never fully healed. They had only quieted, waiting for the wound to reopen. And now it had. The Daily Prophet could deny it. The ministry could dismiss it. But Molly knew. Every mother who had lived through the First War knew. They recognized the signs, the whispered conversations that stopped when children entered the room, the worried looks exchanged between adults, the way Dumbledore's face had grown graver with each passing month. He was back. Voldemort was back. And the world her children were inheriting was one of darkness and danger and terrible, impossible choices. But not tonight. Tonight, all her children were accounted for. Tonight, all the hands on the clock pointed to safe places. Tonight, she could sit in her kitchen and knit and pretend that wool and love were enough to keep the darkness at bay. Tomorrow would bring its own worries. Tonight, she would knit. The sweater grew row by row, while the fire burned low and the November night deepened around the burrow. And Molly Weasley, who had learned both the power and the limits of love, knitted protective charms into every stitch and prayed they would be enough. Outside, the wind howled. Inside, the needles clicked, and the clock kept its vigil, 9 golden hands pointing to 9 precious lives, while a mother watched and worried and loved with a fierceness that would make even darkness hesitate. The fire had settled into a steady burn, casting dancing shadows across the kitchen walls. Molly's needles maintained their rhythmic clicking, the sound like a heartbeat in the quiet house. The maroon wool slipped through her fingers with practiced ease. She had knitted so many sweaters over the years that her hands knew the patterns without conscious thought, leaving her mind free to wander. Sometimes that freedom was a blessing. Tonight, it felt like a curse. The next row of stitching required a cable pattern, and as Molly's needles twisted the wool into its intricate design, she found herself thinking of twists of a different kind. The way fate plaited lives together, the way history repeated itself in patterns that seemed inevitable only in hindsight. Gideon had taught her to knit, actually. Most people assumed she'd learned from her mother, but Mum had been hopeless with domestic magic, always burning the roast or shrinking the washing to doll size. No, it had been Gideon, surprisingly, who had the patience for handwork. She could still see him sitting by the fire at the old pre-wet house, his large hands manipulating delicate needles with unexpected grace, his tongue poking out slightly in concentration. "Magic's in the intention, Molly Wobbles," he'd said, using the childhood nickname that made her both groan and smile. "Every stitch is a thought made solid. You put love in, love comes out. Simple as that." She had been 11, home for Christmas break from her first term at Hogwarts, still dizzy with the wonder of magic but frustrated by the practical spells that seemed to come so easily to everyone else. Gideon had been 19, already an aura in training, already marked by the ministry as someone special, someone powerful. But what's the point? She'd complained, watching him knit what looked like a sock. We can just charm things to knit themselves. Can you? He'd raised an eyebrow, a gesture Fabian mirrored so exactly that people often joked the twins shared a single facial expression between them. Go on then, show me. She tried, waving her wand with what she thought was the proper flourish, speaking the incantation she'd heard her mother attempt. The yarn had leapt into the air, tangled itself into knots, and then exploded into a cloud of fuzzy fibers that took hours to clean up. Gideon had laughed, not mockingly, but with genuine delight. See, magic shortcuts only work when you understand the long way first. You've got to know what you're asking the magic to do. Otherwise, you're just waving a stick and hoping. So he taught her, slowly, patiently, through that Christmas break and the next, until her hands learned the language of needles and yarn, until she could knit by firelight or wandlight or no light at all, until the magic of it became as natural as breathing. Fabian had wandered in during one of those lessons, tracking snow through the house in a way that would have earned any of Molly's children a scolding. He'd been carrying something wrapped in cloth, and his face had been grave in a way that made Molly's stomach tighten even then, even before she understood what gravity in a young man's face truly meant. Another attack, he'd said quietly to Gideon, and though Molly was only 13, they hadn't sent her away. The Prewett family had never believed in sheltering children from truth, a policy Molly now understood was both gift and burden. Where? Gideon's hands had stilled on his knitting. The Bones family, they got the parents, the children. Fabian's jaw had tightened. The children survived, barely. Molly's needles paused now, decades later, as she remembered the look that had passed between her brothers. She hadn't understood it then. The resignation, the determination, the terrible acceptance of what was coming. She understood it now. She saw it in the mirror some mornings, saw it in Arthur's eyes when he came home from the ministry with news he couldn't share, saw it in the faces of every parent who remembered the First War and felt the second one gathering like a storm. The cable pattern completed, Molly moved to the next row, and with it came another memory, rising unbidden. Herself at 17, pregnant with Bill, standing in the kitchen of the flat she and Arthur had scraped together in a less than fashionable corner of wizarding London. Her brothers had come to visit, bringing gifts they couldn't afford, a mobile of flying broomsticks for the baby's room, a set of protective charms carved into wooden blocks, a promise to be the best uncles any nephew could want. You're being careful, she'd asked them, because even then she could read the signs, the late-night meetings they wouldn't discuss, the new scars they tried to hide, the way they checked the windows before sitting down, positioned themselves with their backs to walls, kept their wands within easy reach, even in her home. Always, Gideon had promised, kissing her forehead. We're Prewetts, Molly. We're too stubborn to die. Fabian had said nothing, just held her for a long moment, and in that silence she'd heard everything he couldn't say aloud. 3 months later, Bill was born. 6 months after that, her brothers were dead. Molly's hands shook slightly, and she had to put down the knitting before she dropped a stitch. The kitchen suddenly felt too warm despite the November chill outside, too close, too full of ghosts that wouldn't rest. She rose and went to the sink, running cold water over her wrists the way her mother had taught her to do when emotions threatened to overwhelm. The water was shocking against her skin, grounding her in the present moment. Through the window above the sink, she could see the dark shape of the garden shed, the crooked line of the fence Arthur kept meaning to repair, the vegetable patch lying dormant under its winter mulch. All of it peaceful, all of it ordinary, all of it terrifyingly fragile. A sound from upstairs made her freeze, but it was just the ghoul in the attic, having one of his periodic tantrums. The thumping and banging was almost comforting in its familiarity. Normal house problems, normal magical annoyances. Nothing sinister, just a ghoul who resented the cold weather and expressed his feelings by throwing pipes around. Molly dried her hands on a tea towel embroidered with dancing teapots, Ginny's work from a summer crafts project, and returned to her chair. The knitting lay waiting, patient and inanimate, though she sometimes felt the things she made had personalities of their own, shaped by the emotions poured into them. She picked up the needles again, and with them picked up the thread of memory. The funeral had been closed casket. There hadn't been enough. They hadn't been able to. Molly forced herself to breathe slowly. Even now, after all these years, that particular memory could steal her breath. Dumbledore had spoken at the service. She barely remembered his words, lost as she was in a fog of grief and pregnancy hormones, and the terrible gnawing fear that this was just the beginning, that more funerals would follow, that the world Bill was about to be born into was one where death came sudden and violent and far too often. Arthur had held her hand through it all, his grip tight enough to anchor her to earth when she felt like flying apart into a million pieces. Young Arthur, barely 20, already showing the gentle strength that would carry them through decades of marriage, children, poverty, joy, and sorrow. He'd lost friends too. Everyone had lost someone in that war. But he'd set aside his own grief to be strong for her. After the service, people had come to them with condolences that meant nothing and everything. Well-meaning words about bravery and sacrifice and the greater good. Molly had nodded and accepted their sympathies and wanted to scream at all of them that she didn't care about bravery or sacrifice. She just wanted her brothers back. One conversation, though, had stayed with her. Alastair Moody, already paranoid even then, already scarred from battles that would only multiply in the years to come, had pulled her aside. His magical eye had been whirring in its socket, scanning the crowd for threats that might or might not exist. They died protecting a family, he told her, his voice gruff. The Parkinsons, not the lot we know now, different branch of the family. 3 children under 5. Your brothers held off 5 Death Eaters long enough for the family to escape through a port key. Not one of those children got so much as a scratch. Molly had stared at him, trying to decide if this information made things better or worse. So they died for strangers? They died for the principle, Moody had corrected. Died so that families could stay together. Died so that children could grow up with their parents. Died for the world they wanted to live in, even though they didn't get to live in it themselves. Now, knitting in her quiet kitchen, Molly wondered if those Parkinson children even knew, if they'd grown up hearing the story of the pre-wed twins who saved them. or if it had been buried along with so much else from that terrible time. Did they know that two men had given everything so they could have bedtime stories and birthday parties and ordinary precious lives? The wool slipped through her fingers, growing into something that might protect her own child. Ron, who had never known his uncles except through stories. Ron, who was brave and loyal and sometimes foolish in exactly the ways Gideon had been. Ron, who was at Hogwarts right now, sleeping peacefully while his mother sat awake and afraid. A new row began, and with it, a different memory. Teaching Bill to knit when he was 7, watching his small fingers struggle with the needles the way hers once had. He'd been patient with it, her eldest son, determined to master this thing his mother valued. She'd told him about Uncle Gideon then, about the man he was named for, William Gideon Weasley, carrying the weight of loss in his very name. Did he really fight 5 Death Eaters? Bill had asked, eyes wide. He and your Uncle Fabian both, Molly had confirmed, trying to keep her voice steady. They were very brave. I'm going to be that brave someday, Bill had declared, with the absolute certainty of childhood. Molly's heart had clenched then, just as it clenched now, remembering. She hadn't wanted Bill to be that brave. She'd wanted him to be safe, to live in a world where that kind of bravery was never necessary. But the world didn't care what mothers wanted. Charlie had asked about them too, when he was old enough to understand. Her second son, already obsessed with dragons even then, had wanted to know if his uncles had ever fought dragons, if that was the same as fighting Death Eaters, if being brave meant never being scared. Being brave means being terrified and doing what needs doing anyway, Molly had told him. It was something Fabian had once said to her, and she'd kept it close to her heart like a talisman. Percy had learned about them from books. Of course he had. He'd found their names in a history of the First War, had come to her with 100 questions about their tactics, their strategies, their role in the Order of the Phoenix. He'd written a school essay about them, earning top marks for his detailed analysis of their contribution to the war effort. But he'd missed the point entirely. He'd seen them as historical figures, as examples of proper conduct, as ministry-endorsed heroes. He'd never understood that they were people, funny, flawed, fully human people who had died in agony and terror, who had left behind a sister who still missed them, with an ache that never fully healed. Now Percy was at the ministry himself, working for the very institution that had pinned posthumous medals on her brother's memory, while doing nothing to prevent the circumstances that killed them. The irony was bitter enough to choke on. The twins, Fred and George, had taken a different approach entirely. When they'd learned about their namesakes, Fabian and Gideon lived on in their names too, hidden in the middle names Molly had insisted upon. They'd declared them the coolest uncles in history and promptly decided to live up to that legacy through elaborate pranks and general mayhem. They fought the good fight, Fred had announced at age 9. We'll fight it too, George had added, just with more style. Molly hadn't known whether to laugh or cry. She still didn't. Ron had absorbed the stories quietly, as he absorbed most things, filing them away behind that easygoing exterior that hid surprising depths. But she'd seen the way he looked at the photograph she kept on the mantel, the one of her brothers in their aura robes, grinning at the camera with that pre-wet confidence that bordered on recklessness. And Ginny, her only daughter, had listened to the stories with fierce attention, and then declared that Aunt Muriel was wrong, that women could be just as brave as men, that if there was another war, she'd fight in it too. Molly's hands stilled on the knitting once more. There was another war. It was coming whether they wanted it or not, gathering in the shadows like a poisonous fog. And her children, all of them, in their different ways, were going to be caught up in it. The clock on the wall ticked steadily. The fire crackled, and Molly sat with her memories and her fears, trying to knit protection into wool, knowing it wouldn't be enough, but doing it anyway, because what else could a mother do? Outside, the November wind picked up, rattling the windows. Somewhere in the distance, an owl cried out, a lonely sound that made the night seem vast and full of danger. Molly picked up her needles and began the next row, and with each stitch she whispered the names of the dead and the living, a litany of love and loss that had no end. Gideon, Fabian, Bill, Charlie, Percy, Fred, George, Ron, Ginny, the ones she'd lost, the ones she still had left to lose. The wool grew row by row while the night deepened and a mother's vigil continued. The cable pattern was complete, forming a protective weave that Molly hoped would be more than merely decorative. She held up the sweater to examine her work in the firelight, checking for drop stitches or uneven tension. The maroon wool looked almost black in the shadows. The golden R, she would add later, existing only in her mind's eye for now. Satisfied, she set the knitting in her lap and allowed herself to look properly at the clock. The Weasley family clock was an heirloom, though not in the traditional sense. Arthur's great-uncle Septimus had crafted it as a wedding gift when Molly and Arthur married, back when they were impossibly young and thought love alone could conquer anything. The magic required to create such a clock was complex, requiring blood from each family member, enchantments that updated themselves as the family grew, spells that could track a person's location and status across any distance. It's not about knowing where they are, Septimus had explained in his wheezing voice, already ancient even then. It's about knowing they're alive. That's what keeps a parent sane during dark times, the knowing. Molly hadn't understood then. She'd been 21, newly married, childless. The clock had seemed like a curiosity, a clever bit of magic, nothing more. Now she understood all too well. The clock face was worn from years of anxious glances, the brass hands slightly tarnished despite her regular polishing. Each hand bore a name in elegant script that had updated itself as children were born. Bill, Charlie, Percy, Fred, George, Ron, Ginny. Arthur's hand and her own completed the set. Though Molly rarely looked at those, her concern was always for the others. Bill's hand pointed to traveling. He'd been in Egypt for nearly 3 years now, working for Gringotts as a curse breaker. The job paid well, better than most positions available to young wizards fresh from Hogwarts. And Bill had a natural talent for it. He'd always been good at unraveling complicated things, finding the hidden catches, seeing past obvious defenses to the vulnerable core beneath. He'd written last week, his letter full of casual details about pyramids and ancient curses and the scorching heat that made English summers seem laughable. Between the lines, though, Molly had read other things, carefully worded questions about Harry Potter, subtle inquiries about Dumbledore's activities, a mention that Gringotts was implementing new security measures that seemed excessive for peacetime. Bill knew. He was too smart not to know, and he was too much Arthur's son to hide from what was coming. The thought made Molly's chest tight. Bill was 24, a grown man by any measure, but she still remembered him as a baby, her first child, the one who had made her a mother, the one she'd held while grieving her brothers and wondering how anyone could bear to bring children into such a dark world. But babies didn't ask permission to be born into convenient times. They arrived when they arrived, and you loved them fiercely and did your best to keep them safe, knowing all the while that safety was an illusion and love was no proof against death. Charlie's hand rested at work, Romania, the dragon reserve where he'd found his calling among creatures that most wizards feared. Her second son had always been different, less interested in human complications, more comfortable with scales and fire and simple, honest danger. Dragons might kill you, Charlie had once explained, but they'd do it cleanly, without malice or politics or lies. Molly wasn't sure if this perspective was healthy or deeply concerning. Probably both. He wrote less often than Bill, and his letters were shorter, full of technical details about nesting habits and feeding schedules that meant little to Molly, but clearly absorbed Charlie completely. He was happy there, she thought, as happy as someone could be while living in deliberate exile from the wizarding world's problems. But he wouldn't stay away forever. When the time came, and it would come, Charlie would return. He'd fight because Weasleys didn't hide, even when hiding would be wiser. Percy's hand stood at work, and Molly felt the familiar twist of pain and frustration that thoughts of Percy always brought. Her third son, her ambitious one, was at the ministry at this very moment, probably asleep at his flat in London, the flat he'd taken to be closer to work, the flat that conveniently kept him away from the Burrow and the family he'd turned his back on. No, that wasn't fair. Percy believed he was doing right. He believed the ministry was the force for order and stability, that Dumbledore was causing unnecessary panic, that Harry Potter was either disturbed or attention-seeking. He'd said as much during their last terrible argument, his voice cold and certain, so absolutely convinced of his own correctness that there was no room for doubt. "The ministry has investigated, Mother," he'd said, each word precisely articulated, as if speaking to a slow child. "There is no evidence of you-know-who's return. Harry Potter underwent a traumatic experience, and his mind created an explanation. It's understandable, even pitiable, but it's not reality." "And what about Cedric Diggory?" Molly had demanded, her voice shaking with anger and fear. "What about a dead boy, Percy? How does your ministry explain that? A tragic accident during a dangerous competition. The ministry is investigating. The ministry is blind." She'd been shouting by then, all pretense of calm abandoned. Blind or complicit, I don't know which is worse. Percy had drawn himself up, every inch the pompous ministry official. "If you cannot speak rationally, I see no point in continuing this conversation." He'd left. He hadn't been back since. Arthur had tried to mend things, writing careful letters that went unanswered. The twins had tried mockery, their usual weapon, but even they'd been hurt by Percy's rejection. Ron refused to speak Percy's name. Ginny veered between anger and a sorrow she tried to hide, and Molly watched Percy's hand on the clock and felt her heart break a little more each day. "Work," the hand said. "Not lost, not mortal peril, but lost all the same, in ways the clock couldn't measure." The twins' hands, Fred and George, forever linked even by the clock, pointed to work as well. The shop, Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, was their dream made real. They'd opened it 6 months ago with Harry Potter's Triwizard Tournament winnings, a fact that Percy had cited as further evidence of Harry's moral corruption. Taking money from a disturbed boy, Percy had sneered. Have they no shame? But Molly knew the truth. Harry had forced the gold on them, refusing to take it back, insisting he didn't want it, couldn't bear to keep it because it was tainted by Cedric's death. The twins had tried to refuse. Even they had scruples. But Harry had been adamant. In the end, they'd taken it and named Harry a silent partner, promising him a cut of profits he would never accept. The shop was doing well. Too well, perhaps. Business boomed during uncertain times. People wanted laughter, wanted escape, wanted to forget about darkening skies and whispered fears. The twins were making more money than Arthur had ever earned, though they'd never say so aloud. But Molly saw the other things they were developing, the products that weren't on the shelves, that were tucked away in the back room. Shield hats, defensive spells disguised as toys, Peruvian instant darkness powder for concealment, decoy detonators for distraction. They were preparing for war. Her youngest sons, who should have been thinking about girls and Quidditch and ordinary futures. They were 19 years old and building an arsenal. Ron's hand pointed steadily to school. Hogwarts, 5th year, OWL's looming. He'd be in Gryffindor Tower now, probably snoring loud enough to annoy Harry and Dean and Seamus and Neville. Her youngest son, gangly and awkward, and braver than he believed himself to be. Ron, who was best friends with Harry Potter. Ron, who had stood beside Harry through every danger, every mystery, every impossible situation. Ron, who would never abandon his friend, no matter how dangerous things became. Molly had tried gently to suggest that perhaps Ron might want to maintain a bit more distance, not stop being Harry's friend. She'd never suggest that. But maybe not volunteer for quite so many dangerous adventures. Maybe let someone else play hero occasionally. Ron had looked at her with Arthur's eyes and said, "He's my best mate, Mum. I'm not leaving him alone." And that had been that. Ginny's hand also pointed to school. 4th year, 14 years old. Her only daughter, fierce and funny and absolutely refusing to be protected. Ginny, who had survived possession by Voldemort himself in her 1st year. Ginny, who had nearly died in the Chamber of Secrets. Ginny, who had nightmares she thought Molly didn't know about, who sometimes woke screaming from dreams of cold water and distant voices, and a boy who wasn't quite a boy whispering in her mind. Molly had failed her once, had been so busy worrying about the boys, Percy's ambitions, Fred and George's mischief, Ron's 1st year at Hogwarts, that she hadn't noticed her daughter slipping away into darkness, hadn't seen the signs, hadn't protected her. The guilt of that still woke Molly some nights, sharp and fresh as the day she'd learned the truth. Her baby girl, 11 years old, used as a vessel for evil, nearly killed, nearly lost forever. And now, Ginny was at Hogwarts again, surrounded by dangers Molly couldn't control or prevent. Popular, confident, talented, and marked forever by what had happened in that chamber. Arthur's hand pointed to home. Upstairs, sleeping peacefully, unaware that his wife was sitting here cataloguing fears in the small hours of the morning. Dear Arthur, who worried quietly and worked tirelessly, and believed in the fundamental goodness of people even when evidence suggested otherwise. He'd come home late tonight, exhausted from another long day at the ministry. The misuse of Muggle artifacts office kept him busy, though Molly suspected he did other work as well. Work he couldn't talk about. Work that had to do with Dumbledore and the Order and preparations for a war the Ministry refused to acknowledge. They didn't talk about it directly. Arthur knew she worried, knew she remembered the First War, knew she woke some nights gasping from dreams of funerals and empty chairs and children who never came home. He held her when the nightmares came, and he didn't make promises he couldn't keep. That was love too. Not the romantic love of courtship, but the deep, weathered love of two people who had survived decades together and knew that survival was harder than any storybook suggested. And finally, her own hand. Molly rarely looked at it. What was the point in tracking herself? But tonight, she let her eyes rest on it. Home, it said. Always home. Because that's what she was. What she'd chosen to be. Not an aura like her brothers. Not a ministry official or a teacher or any of the things she might have been. Just a mother. Just the keeper of this chaotic, beloved, impossible family. Was it enough? On nights like this, when fear sat heavy in her chest and the clock ticked away moments she couldn't reclaim, Molly wondered. Her brothers had fought with wands and curses. What did she fight with? Knitting needles and chicken soup? But then she thought of Bill's confidence, built on years of being told he was capable, Charlie's independence, nurtured by being allowed to find his own path, Percy's principles, however misguided, instilled by parents who valued integrity, the twins' loyalty to each other, strengthened by growing up in a home full of love, Ron's courage, developed in a family where bravery was honored, Ginny's strength, forged partly in fire, but tempered by being cherished. Maybe that was her fight. Maybe raising children who knew they were loved, who believed in goodness, who would stand against darkness because they'd grown up in light. Maybe that was its own kind of magic. The clock ticked on. 9 golden hands, 9 beating hearts, 9 precious lives that Molly would defend with every breath in her body. Outside, the wind howled louder, and somewhere in the distance, she heard the pop of apparition. Her hand went to her wand, old instincts flaring. But then she heard Arthur's muffled voice from upstairs, calling down that it was probably just Mundungus Fletcher, who was supposed to be keeping watch tonight. Molly relaxed slightly. The Order, Dumbledore's people, watching over them even here at the Burrow. It should have been comforting. Instead, it reminded her that they needed watching, that the danger was real enough to require guards. She looked at the clock again. All 9 hands still pointed to safe places. Home, school, work, traveling. Not mortal peril, not yet. But the night was long, and the war was coming, and Molly Weasley sat in her kitchen, watching the hands that measured her world, and prayed to whatever forces governed such things that they would never, ever move to dead. The knitting lay forgotten in her lap as she watched. Just watched. 9 hands, 9 lives, everything that mattered, measured in brass and magic and a mother's eternal vigil. The grandfather clock in the sitting room chimed 1 in the morning, its notes mournful in the sleeping house. Molly blinked, realizing she'd been staring at the family clock for nearly 20 minutes, watching hands that hadn't moved, waiting for danger that hadn't yet arrived. This was foolishness. Productive foolishness, perhaps, but foolishness nonetheless. She picked up her knitting again, the needles settling into her hands like old friends. The sweater was coming along well, already past the ribbing at the waist, moving into the body of the garment where she could work the protective enchantments more deeply into the fabric. Most wizards didn't understand knitting magic. It wasn't taught at Hogwarts, wasn't found in textbooks, wasn't the sort of thing that earned OWLs or impressed ministry officials. It was kitchen magic, hearth magic, the sort of thing passed down from mother to daughter through demonstration rather than instruction. Molly had learned it from her grandmother, who had learned it from hers, back through generations of pre-wed women who had kept their families warm and safe through simpler times and darker ones. The magic was old, older perhaps than wand magic, rooted in the fundamental truth that creation was its own form of power. Every stitch was an intention. Every row was a ward. Every completed garment was armor of a sort that wouldn't stop curses, but might do something more important. Remind the wearer that they were loved, that someone cared enough to spend hours working protection into wool, that they carried home with them wherever they went. Molly's needles clicked steadily as she worked a new pattern into the current row. This one was more complex than the simple cable, an interlocking spiral that represented continuity, return, the promise that what went out would come back. She murmured as she worked, her voice barely above a whisper. Safe passage through the corridors, clear sight in the darkness, warm heart when the cold comes. The words weren't an incantation, not exactly, more like a conversation with the magic itself, a way of directing the intention into the physical object being created. Molly had tried once to explain it to Arthur, who approached magic with a theorist's mind, always wanting to understand the underlying principles. "It's like prayer," she'd finally said, and he'd nodded slowly, understanding in his own way. Arthur's fascination with Muggle artifacts came from a similar place, a belief that magic existed in intention and purpose, not just in spells and potions. The spiral pattern complete, Molly moved into a new section that would sit over Ron's heart. This required her full attention. She set down the needles for a moment and reached into the pocket of her dressing gown, withdrawing a small velvet pouch that she kept there always. Inside was a collection of items that most people would consider rubbish. A baby tooth that Ron had lost at age 6, saved when he'd put it under his pillow for the tooth fairy. A snippet of his first haircut, taken when he was 3, and squirming in the chair. A button from his first set of school robes, replaced when he'd grown too tall. A thread from the blanket he'd carried everywhere as a toddler. The one he'd finally given up at age 7 with great reluctance. Arthur would have been mortified to know she kept such things. The boys would have been embarrassed, but Molly understood what her grandmother had taught her, that magic lived strongest in connections, in the ties that bound person to person, moment to moment. These small fragments of Ron's childhood were threads that connected her to him across distance and time, anchors that would help the protective magic find its target. She selected the hair cutting, still copper red, still baby fine, and worked it carefully into the next row of stitching, weaving it so subtly into the maroon wool that it would be invisible to anyone who didn't know to look for it. As she did, she thought of Ron, his loyalty that ran bone deep, his courage that emerged when it mattered most, his tendency to underestimate himself that sometimes broke her heart. "Strength when you doubt," she whispered to the sweater, to the magic, to the universe that she hoped was listening. courage when you fear, light when darkness calls. The wool seemed to warm under her fingers, or perhaps that was just her imagination. It didn't matter. Belief was its own kind of magic. Molly thought back to all the sweaters she'd made over the years, all the protections she'd woven into them. Bill's first Hogwarts sweater, made with enchantments for wisdom and clear thinking, for seeing through deceptions and avoiding traps. It had served him well in the cursed vaults everyone had whispered about during his school years. Charlie's sweaters were always woven with fire resistance charms, subtle ones that wouldn't stand up to dragon flame but might protect against lesser burns, might give him an extra second to react when seconds mattered. She'd started that practice before he'd even discovered his passion for dragons. Some maternal instinct, sensing that her second son would always be drawn to heat and danger. Percy's sweaters had broken her heart to make these past few years. She'd still created them. One couldn't simply stop being a mother because a child was being difficult. But the magic had felt strained, stretched thin by the distance between them. The protective enchantments she'd tried to weave had felt hollow, as if they couldn't quite reach across the gulf of Percy's disappointment and her own hurt. This year's Christmas sweater for Percy sat unfinished in her knitting basket upstairs. She didn't know if she'd complete it, didn't know if he'd accept it if she did. The thought made her chest ache. The twins' sweaters were always identical, woven with enchantments for brotherhood and connection, for understanding without words and protection of each other. But lately, she'd started adding other things too. Shields against detection, wards against harmful intent, protections against curses she didn't want to name, but knew existed. Fred and George would laugh if they knew. They'd make jokes about their mother's paranoia, about her inability to see them as adults. But they'd wear the sweaters anyway, because for all their mischief and bravado, they understood love when they felt it. Ginny's sweaters were the hardest to make. Molly's only daughter, marked by darkness before she truly understood what light was. Every year, Molly poured extra magic into Ginny's sweater, protections against possession, against unwanted influence, against the kind of evil that whispered in young girls' ears and promised understanding while delivering only pain. Sometimes Molly wondered if Ginny knew, if she felt the extra weight of magic in the wool. But Ginny never said anything, just wore her sweaters and smiled and pretended that everything was fine, that she didn't still sometimes wake screaming from dreams of cold stone chambers and boys who were monsters wearing human faces. The needles clicked on, and Molly's mind wandered to other protections, other magics she'd tried over the years. The house itself was warded. Arthur had seen to that, with help from Bill and some of Dumbledore's people. But Molly had added her own touches. Protective herbs grown in the garden and hung in doorways. Old iron nails driven into window frames following patterns her grandmother had taught her. Salt lines renewed each full moon along the property boundaries. Folk magic, some would call it. Superstition. But Molly knew better. The old ways worked because they'd been tested through generations, refined by countless mothers who had stood between their children and the dark. She thought of the kitchen itself, this room that was the heart of her home. Every surface held some small enchantment of protection and warmth. The stove that never quite went out, even when it appeared cold. There was always an ember of warmth there, ready to spring back to life. the table that had absorbed so many family meals that it radiated comfort to anyone who sat at it, the chairs that fitted themselves to whoever needed them, offering support in ways both physical and metaphorical. The clock, of course, always the clock. Its magic was different from hers, more technical, more precise, but it served the same purpose. Knowing, connection, the reassurance that the people you loved still existed in the world. Molly's hands moved automatically through another row, the pattern so familiar now that she didn't need to count stitches. This was meditation of a sort, the repetitive motion that freed her mind while occupying her hands. She thought about what she'd tried to teach her children about protective magic over the years, not the dramatic stuff, shield charms and stunning spells and the kind of dueling magic they learned at Hogwarts. Those were important, certainly, and she'd made sure each child could defend themselves when necessary. But she'd also tried to teach them the quieter protections, how to recognize when something felt wrong, when magic had been twisted toward harmful purposes, how to trust their instincts, that small voice that whispered warnings when danger approached, how to build inner strength that couldn't be cursed away or jinxed into submission. Bill had understood immediately, his natural caution making him receptive to lessons about magical awareness. Charlie had been less interested, preferring direct action to subtle preparation, though he'd absorbed more than he probably realized. Percy had treated it like any other academic subject, memorizing her warnings without really understanding them. The twins had listened, with half their attention while plotting their next prank, but she'd noticed them incorporating some of her teachings into their defensive products. Ron had been distracted but obedient, going through the motions to please her. Ginny had paid fierce attention, her experience in the chamber making her understand exactly why such protections mattered. Different children, different approaches. Molly had learned to adapt her teaching to each personality, each need. It was exhausting sometimes, trying to be 7 different mothers to 7 different children. But it was also the greatest privilege of her life. The sweater was nearly half finished now, growing steadily under her capable hands. She held it up again, examining her work critically. The stitches were even, the pattern clear, the magic settling into the fabric like morning dew on grass, subtle but present, working its way into every fiber. But was it enough? That was the question that haunted her, especially on nights like this when sleep refused to come and fears multiplied in the darkness. She could weave all the protective magic she knew into these sweaters, could ward the house until it bristled with defenses, could teach her children every spell and charm she'd ever learned. And still, it might not be enough. Her brothers had been powerful wizards, skilled aurors, trained in combat magic that far exceeded anything Molly had ever mastered. They'd had all the advantages of youth and strength and magical ability. They'd fought with everything they had. It hadn't been enough. Molly's hands stilled on the needles as the familiar wave of helplessness washed over her. This was the terrible truth that every mother eventually faced. You could not protect your children from everything. You could not stand between them and the world forever. Eventually, you had to let them go out into danger and darkness, and you had to trust that you'd given them enough love, enough strength, enough wisdom to survive. But what if you hadn't? What if the protection you offered was inadequate? What if love wasn't actually enough, despite what all the old stories claimed. Outside, the wind rattled the windows harder, and Molly heard the pop of apparition again. Multiple pops this time, suggesting shift change for whoever was watching the house. The order taking no chances, even here in what should have been the safety of their own home. She looked at the family clock again. All hands still safe. Home, school, work, traveling. For now. Molly took a deep breath and picked up her knitting again. The helplessness wouldn't serve her or her children. She could only do what she could do, and right now, that meant finishing this sweater, weaving in every scrap of protection she knew, pouring in all the love a mother's heart could hold. "Keep him safe," she whispered to the growing fabric, to the magic, to whatever forces govern the universe. "Keep them all safe, please." The needles clicked on through the night, creating warmth and protection stitch by patient stitch, while a mother held back darkness in the only way she knew how. The fire had burned down to coals again, painting the kitchen in shades of amber and shadow. Molly set down her knitting and rose to add more wood, her joints protesting slightly, a reminder that she wasn't as young as she'd once been, though she rarely allowed herself to think about such things when there was always so much to do. As she bent to select wood from the box, a voice spoke from behind her, soft and feminine, with the particular quality that meant it came from paint and canvas rather than flesh and breath. "Can't sleep again, dear?" Molly turned to see the portrait of her great-aunt Muriel, stirring in its frame above the mantelpiece. Not the living Muriel. That formidable woman was still very much alive and making everyone's life difficult from her home in the countryside. But the portrait version, painted 50 years ago, when Muriel had been merely difficult rather than impossible. "The usual worries, Aunt Muriel," Molly said, settling the wood into the fire and watching flames lick upward around it. "The war coming, you mean?" Portrait Muriel was more direct than her living counterpart, unburdened by the need for social niceties. "I can always tell when you're fretting about the children. You get that look your mother used to get, right before your father would go off on some order business." Molly returned to her chair, surprised. "Mother never talked about being worried." "Your mother never talked about a lot of things." Portrait Muriel settled herself more comfortably in her painted chair. "Thought she was protecting you children by pretending everything was fine. Foolishness, if you ask me. Children always know when the adults are frightened. They just don't know why, which makes it worse." "I don't want to frighten mine," Molly said quietly. "Too late for that, I expect. They're not blind." The portrait paused, then added more gently. "But they're not babies either, Molly. You've raised them well. Strong spines, all of them. Even Percy, though he's being an absolute fool at the moment." The mention of Percy sent the familiar ache through Molly's chest. "I don't know how to reach him." "You can't," another voice said, this one male and warm with affection. "Not right now, anyway. The boy's got to find his own way back." Molly looked to the portrait on the opposite wall. Her father, Cornelius Prewett, painted shortly before his death from dragonpox when she was 16. He'd been a gentle man, her father, though he'd found his courage when it mattered. The portrait captured him in his favorite chair, a book in his lap, looking exactly as Molly best remembered him. "Hello, Dad," she said, feeling tears prick at her eyes. Exhaustion was making her emotional. "Hello, sweetheart." Burning the midnight oil again. His painted eyes were kind, understanding. Your mother used to do the same thing during the unshakeable last war. She'd sit up knitting, thinking I didn't know she was terrified. Were you frightened? Molly asked. It was a question she'd never dared ask when he was alive. Constantly, her father's portrait smiled sadly. Every time your brothers went out on a mission. Every time I saw that look in your mother's eyes. But being frightened didn't mean we stopped living, didn't mean we stopped fighting. They died, Dad. Gideon and Fabian died. They did. The portrait was quiet for a moment, and it broke your mother's heart, just as it broke yours. But they died fighting for something worth dying for. That has to count for something. Does it? Molly heard the bitterness in her own voice. They're still dead. Their nieces and nephews never knew them. Bill was just a baby. The others never met them at all. But they know about them. Another voice interjected, this one younger, more vibrant. And knowing about them makes a difference. Molly's breath caught as another portrait shimmered into visibility. One she kept covered most of the time because seeing it hurt too much. Gideon's portrait, painted from a photograph after his death because he'd never sat for a proper one while alive, hung in a small frame near the door. The magic was weaker in portraits created posthumously, the personality less defined. But there was enough of her brother there to make her heart ache. Gideon, she whispered. Hey, Molly Wobbles. The portrait grinned, though the expression seemed fragile, as if the magic sustaining it might break at any moment. Fabian sends his love, but his portrait's still at Mum's house. She won't let it out of her sight. Their mother, still alive at 87, and fiercely guarding every scrap of her dead son's legacy. Molly understood the impulse all too well. I'm trying to keep them safe, Molly said, gesturing toward the clock with its 9 golden hands. The children. But I don't know if I can. I don't know if anything I do matters. It matters, Gideon's portrait said firmly. Every protection you weave, every spell you teach them, every moment of love you give, it all matters. It didn't save us, no, but it gave us the courage to fight, and that's not nothing. Your brothers chose their path, Molly, her father's portrait added, just as your children will choose theirs. You can't protect them from their own choices. You can only give them the tools to make good ones. But what if they choose wrong? The question burst from Molly like a wound opening. What if they're brave when they should be cautious? What if they fight when they should run? What if they live in fear and regret it for the rest of their lives? Portrait, Muriel interrupted sharply. That's the other option, you know. Safety purchased at the price of cowardice. Is that what you want for them? I want them alive, Molly said fiercely. So did your mother, her father's portrait said gently. But she let Gideon and Fabian join the order anyway, because she understood something important. A life lived in hiding from danger isn't really a life at all. Molly looked down at the sweater in her lap, at the protective enchantments she'd been weaving into every stitch. Then what's the point of all this? If I can't keep them safe, why do I spend hours putting protections into sweaters they'll probably outgrow or lose? Because it's not about the magic in the wool, another voice said, and Molly looked up to see yet another portrait stirring. Her mother's sister, Aunt Lucretia, who had died before Molly was born, but whose portrait had been passed down through the family. It's about the intention behind it. When your children wear those sweaters, they feel loved. They remember home. They carry a piece of you with them. That's the real protection. Love doesn't stop curses, Molly said bitterly. Doesn't it? Lucretia's portrait tilted her head thoughtfully. Your friend Lily Potter's love certainly did. Saved her son from the darkest magic imaginable. And she still died. She did. But Harry lived. Sometimes that's the trade, Molly. Sometimes the best we can do is ensure that something good survives us. The portraits fell silent, letting Molly sit with that thought. The fire crackled. The clock ticked. Outside, an owl called, lonely in the dark. I'm so tired, Molly finally said, her voice barely above a whisper. Tired of being afraid. Tired of watching the clock. Tired of remembering the last war and dreading the next one. Then rest, her father's portrait said kindly. Not forever, just for tonight. Let yourself be tired. Let yourself grieve for what might come. And then tomorrow, you'll get up and keep fighting, because that's what we do. That's what pre-weds do. What Weasleys do too, Gideon's portrait added with a ghost of his old grin. You married well, Molly. Arthur's got a spine of steel under all that bumbling charm. And your children, they're going to be magnificent. Terrifying, probably, from a mother's perspective, but magnificent. Molly felt tears sliding down her cheeks now, hot and unstoppable. I miss you, both of you, every day. We know, Gideon's portrait said softly, but we're here, in a way, in the stories you tell, in the names you gave Fred and George, in the courage you've taught your children. We're not gone, not really. We just changed form. That's not the same as having you here. No, her father agreed. It's not. Loss is real, Molly. Grief is real. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. But so is love. So is hope. So is the choice to keep going even when it hurts. Portrait Muriel cleared her throat. And so is practicality. When was the last time you ate something, girl? You can't protect anyone if you collapse from exhaustion and hunger. Despite everything, Molly found herself laughing. A watery, broken sound, but a laugh nonetheless. You sound like the real Muriel. The real Muriel is a pain in the backside, Portrait Muriel said, tartly. But she's not wrong about self-care. Go on, make yourself some tea at least, and maybe some toast. You're no good to anyone if you faint from low blood sugar. Molly rose obediently, her knitting set aside for the moment. As she filled the kettle and set it to boil, she felt the weight on her chest lift slightly. The portraits couldn't solve her problems. They were just paint and magic and echoes of people long gone. But they reminded her that she wasn't alone, that she came from a line of people who had faced darkness before and survived, sometimes in their own ways. The kettle whistled, and Molly made herself a cup of strong tea, adding honey and milk the way her mother used to make it. She found some leftover treacle tart in the cupboard and cut herself a slice, suddenly aware of the hollow feeling in her stomach that had nothing to do with fear. That's better, her father's portrait said approvingly. Now, tell us about the children. Not your worries. We've heard plenty of those. Tell us the good things. Tell us about who they're becoming. So Molly did. She told them about Bill's last letter, about a curse he'd broken in a pyramid that had stumped other curse breakers for years. She told them about Charlie's promotion at the reserve, his growing reputation among dragon handlers. She recounted Fred and George's latest successful products, their business acumen that surprised everyone who thought them nothing but pranksters. She told them about Ron's loyalty to Harry, his chess skills, the way he was finally coming into his own after years of feeling overshadowed, about Ginny's fierce determination, her talent at hexes, the way she'd rebuilt herself after the chamber. She even told them about Percy, about his meteoric rise at the ministry, his dedication and work ethic, trying to find the pride in those accomplishments, even through her hurt at his rejection. The portraits listened, interjecting comments and questions, keeping her company through the darkest hours of the night. And slowly, Molly felt herself settling. The fear didn't disappear. It never truly did. But it became manageable again, a weight she could carry rather than one that crushed her. As dawn began to lighten the eastern sky, the portraits began to drowse, their magic ebbing as it always did with the coming of day. But before they faded entirely, Gideon's portrait spoke one last time. "They're going to be fine, Molly. Maybe not safe. Safety's an illusion in times like these. But fine, because you've loved them enough to make them strong. Trust that. Trust them." Then the portrait slept, leaving Molly alone in the kitchen with her cold tea and the approaching day. She looked at the family clock. All 9 hands still pointed to safe places. She picked up her knitting, and she began again, weaving love and protection into wool, preparing her children for a war she couldn't prevent, but could, perhaps, help them survive. Outside, the sun began to rise, painting the sky in shades of hope. The sky beyond the kitchen window had shifted from black to deep indigo, that particular shade that came just before true dawn. Molly watched the stars fade one by one, disappearing as the world tilted toward morning. Her tea had gone stone cold in its cup, untouched after the first few sips, and the slice of treacle tart sat on its plate with only one bite taken from it. The knitting lay in her lap, the sweater now more than half complete. Her fingers ached from the hours of work, joints stiff and protesting, but there was a satisfaction in the soreness, productive pain, the kind that came from making something, protecting something, doing what a mother could do even when it felt insufficient. She was just contemplating whether to add more wood to the fire or let it burn out naturally when she heard the distinctive crack of apparition from the garden. Molly's hand went immediately to her wand, old reflexes never quite forgotten. But then she recognized the magical signature, Arthur, returning from wherever he'd actually been tonight. The back door opened quietly, and her husband stepped through, looking exhausted in a way that went deeper than mere physical tiredness. His robes were rumpled, his hair standing up at odd angles where he'd been running his hands through it, and there was a smudge of something that might have been soot on his left cheek. "Molly." He blinked at her in surprise, then at the kitchen clock that showed it was nearly 5 a.m. "What are you doing awake?" "I could ask you the same thing," Molly said, though her voice held no accusation, only weary recognition. "You told me that you'd be working late at the ministry. That was yesterday afternoon." Arthur had the grace to look sheepish as he hung his travelling cloak on the hook by the door. "I was at the ministry, for part of the evening anyway, and then—" "Order business," Molly finished for him. It wasn't a question. He crossed to her, bent to kiss the top of her head, and she felt him breathe in deeply as if grounding himself in the familiar scent of home and family. "I can't talk about the details." "I know." She did know. The Order of the Phoenix operated on need-to-know principles, and apparently, mothers of 7 didn't need to know much beyond the fact that their husbands were putting themselves in danger for Dumbledore's cause. Was anyone hurt? No, everyone's fine. It was just reconnaissance. Arthur pulled out the chair beside her and sat down heavily, his knees cracking as he settled. Merlin, when did I get so old? Around the time we had our 7th child, I think. Molly managed a small smile. Or possibly when Fred and George learned to apparate. That certainly aged me. Arthur chuckled, though the sound was tired. His eyes fell on the knitting in her lap, and his expression softened. Ron's Christmas sweater? Yes. You've been working on it all night, haven't you? He reached out and touched the maroon wool gently, his fingers tracing the cable pattern she'd woven earlier. The protective enchantments are strong in this one, stronger than usual. It wasn't a question, but Molly answered anyway. He needs them. They all need them. Arthur was quiet for a long moment, his hand still resting on the sweater. When he spoke again, his voice was low, careful. Molly, I can't tell you that everything's going to be fine. I can't promise that our children won't face danger, that this war won't touch them. I wish I could, but I know, Molly interrupted, surprised by how steady her own voice sounded. I'm not asking for promises you can't keep, Arthur. I'm just trying to do what I can do, which is more than you think. Arthur looked at her properly now, his eyes kind and tired and full of love, meeting hers. Dumbledore mentioned you today, actually. Yesterday, whenever it was. Molly's eyebrows rose. Did he? He was talking about the Order, about who we could count on when things get worse. And he said something that stuck with me. Arthur paused, clearly trying to remember the exact words. He said that wars aren't won just by the people who fight on the front lines. They're won by the people who maintain the home fires, who keep the light burning, who remind everyone what they're fighting for. That sounds like Dumbledore, Molly said, though she couldn't quite keep the bitterness from her voice. Making waiting at home sound noble when really it just means being helpless. You're not helpless. Arthur's voice was firm now, more forceful than his usual gentle tone. Molly, look at me. You're not helpless. She met his eyes, seeing the conviction there. You're raising 7 people who know the difference between right and wrong, Arthur continued. 7 people who understand that standing up to darkness matters, even when it's difficult, even when it's dangerous. Do you know how rare that is? How many families I see at the ministry, where the parents are teaching their children that safety comes first, that keeping your head down is the smart choice, that it's not their problem if other people suffer? Maybe those parents are wiser than I am, Molly said quietly. Maybe their children will survive because they're being taught to hide instead of fight. Survive to what end? Arthur's question was gentle but probing. To live in a world where darkness wins because good people chose safety over courage? Is that really what you want for our children? Molly thought about this, her fingers unconsciously smoothing the wool in her lap. I want them to have the choice. I want them to reach adulthood, to have families of their own, to grow old and grey and boring. I want them to have choices, Arthur, not just early graves and memorial services and posthumous medals from a ministry that did nothing to protect them. The reference to her brothers hung in the air between them. Arthur reached for her hand, threading his fingers through hers. "I know," he said softly, "and I can't promise that won't happen. None of us can promise that. But Molly, think about what you'd be asking them to give up if you could keep them completely safe. Bill would have to stop curse breaking, stop using his skills to protect others from dark magic. Charlie would have to leave the dragons, come back to England, take some safe ministry desk job he'd hate. The twins would have to close their shop, stop creating the defensive products that might save lives. Ron would have to abandon Harry, leave his best friend to face everything alone. Ginny would have to pretend she wasn't marked by what happened in the chamber, that she doesn't understand darkness in ways most people never will. And Percy? Molly couldn't help asking. What would Percy have to give up? Arthur's expression grew pained. Percy's already given up something precious, his family, because he thinks he's choosing safety, choosing the ministry's version of reality over the truth, and it's eating him alive, even if he won't admit it. Do you really want that for the others? Safety purchased with denial and isolation. Molly felt tears burning in her eyes again. I just want them safe, Arthur. Is that so terrible? I'm their mother. I'm supposed to protect them. You are protecting them. Arthur squeezed her hand. Just not in the way you think. You're protecting their right to choose their own paths. You're protecting their integrity, their courage, their understanding of what matters. Those are the things that make life worth living, Molly. Those are the things worth protecting. But at what cost? The question came out as barely more than a whisper. Arthur was quiet for a long moment, and when he spoke, his voice was heavy with a sorrow that matched her own. I don't know. I wish I did. All I know is that we can't make their choices for them. We can only give them the tools to choose well, and then we have to trust them. Trust them to what? Get themselves killed being heroes? Molly pulled her hand away, suddenly angry. At Arthur, at Dumbledore, at the world that demanded so much from people too young to truly understand the cost. Gideon and Fabian were heroes. It didn't save them. Being brave didn't bring them home. No, Arthur agreed quietly. But being brave gave meaning to their deaths. They died protecting a family, Molly. 3 children who would have been killed if your brothers hadn't stood in the way. That family survived. Those children grew up, got married, had children of their own, all because Gideon and Fabian chose courage over survival. I wish they'd chosen survival, Molly said, her voice breaking. I wish they'd run. I wish they'd saved themselves and lived to grow old and see their own nieces and nephews grow up. I know. Arthur reached for her again, and this time she let him pull her close, let herself lean against his shoulder and feel the steady comfort of his presence. I know, love, I wish that too, but we can't change the past. We can only shape the future as best we can. They sat like that for a while, Molly's head on Arthur's shoulder, his arm around her, both of them drawing strength from the simple fact of being together. Outside, the sky continued its slow transformation from indigo to lighter blue, the first hints of pink touching the clouds on the eastern horizon. Finally, Arthur spoke again. Dumbledore wants me to take on more responsibilities with the Order, more meetings, more missions, more time away from home. Molly stiffened, pulling back to look at him. And you said, I told him I'd have to talk to you first. Arthur's eyes were steady, honest. Because this affects you too. Affects all of us. And I won't make that decision without knowing how you feel about it. How I feel, Molly laughed, though there was no humor in it. I feel terrified, Arthur. I feel like the world is spinning out of control and there's nothing I can do to stop it. I feel like I'm watching history repeat itself and I'm powerless to change the ending. But, Arthur prompted gently. Molly closed her eyes, searching for the truth beneath her fear. But I also know you have to do this, that you wouldn't be the man I married if you could stand aside and let others fight while you stayed safe at home, that our children wouldn't respect you or me if we taught them about courage and then refused to show it ourselves. So you're saying, I'm saying, do what you have to do. Molly opened her eyes, meeting his gaze. Fight your fight, Arthur. Join Dumbledore's meetings and go on his missions and risk your life for the greater good. But promise me something. Anything. Promise me you'll come home when you can, that you won't take unnecessary risks, that you'll remember you have a family who needs you, not just as a hero, but as a husband and father. Her voice shook but held firm. Promise me that if you die, it will be for something that mattered, not because you were careless or reckless or too proud to ask for help. Arthur's eyes were bright with unshed tears. I promise. On my life and magic, Molly, I promise. She nodded, accepting his word because what else could she do? Trust was all that remained when control was impossible. Now promise me something, Arthur said. What? Promise me you'll try to sleep, at least for a few hours. The children will be waking up soon for weekend breakfast, and you can't take care of them if you're dead on your feet. Molly glanced at the kitchen clock, nearly 5:30 now. In another hour or so, the first stirrings of life would begin upstairs. The twins would likely be the first down, always early risers, despite their late-night experiments. Then the ghoul would wake fully and begin his morning tantrum. Then the chaos of a Weasley breakfast would unfold in all its noisy, messy glory. I don't think I can sleep, she admitted. Too much in my head. Then just rest. Come upstairs, lie down beside me and rest. You don't have to sleep. Just close your eyes for a bit. Arthur stood, offering his hand. Please, Molly. For me. She looked at the sweater in her lap, at the work still remaining. But Arthur was right. She couldn't knit forever. At some point, she had to stop, had to trust that what she'd done was enough. Carefully, she folded the sweater and placed it in her knitting basket. Then she took Arthur's hand and let him pull her to her feet. Together, they climbed the stairs to their bedroom, moving quietly to avoid waking the sleeping house. The bed was rumpled from Arthur's earlier sleep, and Molly slipped under the covers fully clothed, too tired to bother with changing into a nightgown. Arthur lay down beside her, and without discussion, they arranged themselves the way they had for nearly 3 decades of marriage. Her head on his chest, his arm around her shoulders, their breathing synchronizing in the familiar rhythm of long partnership. I love you, Arthur murmured into her hair. Whatever comes, whatever happens, I want you to know that. You've made my life worth living, Molly Weasley. I love you too, she whispered back. Even when you're being noble and brave and terrifying me with your order business. She felt rather than heard his soft laugh, felt it rumble through his chest beneath her ear. And there, in the growing light of dawn, with her husband's arms around her and her children sleeping safely under their enchanted roof, Molly Weasley finally closed her eyes and let exhaustion claim her. Molly woke to the sound of arguing. For a moment, disoriented by the grey light filtering through the curtains and the unfamiliar heaviness of full daylight sleep, she couldn't place the voices. Then recognition clicked into place. Fred and George, bickering about something in the kitchen directly below their bedroom. Told you to check the temperature before adding the billywig wings? I did check the temperature. You're the one who didn't properly grind the... Arthur stirred beside her, groaning softly. What time is it? Molly squinted at the clock on the bedside table. 9:30. She'd slept for nearly 4 hours, longer than she'd managed in days. Her body felt heavy, muscles protesting as she pushed herself upright, but her mind was clearer than it had been in the early morning hours. The twins are experimenting again, she said, swinging her legs out of bed. I should make sure they're not about to blow up the kitchen. They haven't blown anything up in at least 3 weeks, Arthur pointed out, though he was sitting up too, running his hands through his hair in a futile attempt to tame it. That's practically a record. Molly found her slippers and pulled on her dressing gown properly this time, retying the belt with practiced efficiency. 3 weeks is exactly long enough for them to have forgotten the last disaster and be ready to create a new one. She descended the stairs with Arthur following, both of them moving quietly despite knowing the twins were already awake. The Burrow had taught them all to be light on their feet. 7 children and various magical accidents had that effect on a household. The kitchen was organized chaos. Fred stood at the stove, stirring something in a cauldron that bubbled an alarming shade of purple. George was at the table, surrounded by ingredients and what appeared to be several pages of notes covered in their identical handwriting. Neither twin had noticed their parents' arrival, too absorbed in their work. Morning, Molly said, and both boys jumped. Mum, Fred nearly dropped his stirring rod. We thought you'd sleep longer. We were trying to be quiet. Your version of quiet needs work, Arthur said mildly, moving to put the kettle on. What are you working on? The twins exchanged a look, one of their silent conversations that had always both charmed and frustrated Molly. Finally, George spoke. Defensive products. For the shop. Show me, Molly said, surprising herself with the steadiness in her voice. Another look passed between the twins, this one uncertain. Mum, they're not... we're not making anything dark, but... Show me, Molly repeated, moving to the table. George hesitated, then pushed the notes toward her. Molly scanned them, her experience with household magic translating enough to understand the basics. Shield charms woven into fabric, defensive spells triggered by proximity, decoy devices designed to create confusion and enable escape. These are good, she said quietly. Really good. But this formula here, she pointed to a section of George's notes. You'll want to adjust the powdered moonstone ratio. Too much, and it'll be unstable. Could backfire. Both twins stared at her. How did you... Fred started. I wasn't always just a mother, Molly said, a bit more sharply than she'd intended. I was in the order last time too. I know defensive magic when I see it. You never talk about that, George said softly. No. Molly looked at her sons, 19 years old, adults by any measure, but still so young in her eyes. Still the babies she'd rocked to sleep, the toddlers she'd chased around the garden, the boys who'd made her laugh even when she wanted to scream. I never talk about a lot of things from the last war, but maybe I should have. She pulled out a chair and sat down at the table, gesturing for the twins to join her. Arthur, understanding, brought tea for all of them and then settled in as well. "Your uncles, Gideon and Fabian," Molly began, wrapping her hands around the warm mug Arthur placed before her. "You know they died in the war. You know they were heroes. But I've never told you about the last time I saw them." Fred and George sat very still, listening with an attention they rarely gave to anything. It was 3 weeks before they died. They came to visit. You boys were just babies, a year old. Bill was 7, Charlie was 5, Percy was 3. The house was chaos, as it always was. Molly smiled at the memory, though it hurt. "Gideon brought you these little toy broomsticks that hovered about a foot off the ground. You were obsessed with them." "We still have those," Fred said quietly. "In our room at the flat." Molly blinked in surprise. "Do you?" "Course we do," George added. "They're from our namesakes." Something warm unfurled in Molly's chest at that. "Fabian pulled me aside while everyone else was playing with you boys. He knew, somehow, that they were running out of time. He couldn't say it directly, operational security, even with family. But he knew." "What did he say?" Arthur asked softly. He'd heard versions of this story before, but never quite like this. "He told me that if anything happened to them, I shouldn't let their deaths make me afraid of living. He said fear was natural, but letting it control you was a choice." Molly's voice wavered, but held. "He said that loving people meant trusting them to make their own choices, even when those choices terrified you." She looked at her sons. "I didn't understand then. I was angry at him for saying it, angry that he was already preparing me for his death instead of promising to stay safe. But I understand now." "Mum," Fred started, but Molly held up a hand. "Let me finish, please." She took a breath. "Last night, or this morning, whatever it was, I sat in this kitchen trying to knit protection into a sweater and feeling utterly helpless. Feeling like everything I did was inadequate. Like I was sending all of you into danger with nothing but wool and good intentions to protect you." "Your sweaters are brilliant," George protested. "We wear them all the time." "Because they're comfortable," Fred added. "And they work. The protective charms in them have saved our hides more than once." Molly felt tears prick her eyes but blinked them back. "And yet they won't stop a killing curse. They won't prevent you from making dangerous choices. They won't keep you safe if you're determined to fight." "No," Arthur said gently. "They won't. Nothing will, if our children are determined to do what's right instead of what's safe." "Exactly." Molly looked at each of them in turn. "So I've been trying to control something I can't control. I've been trying to protect you from your own courage, your own principles, your own choices, and that's not just impossible, it's wrong." "Mum, you're scaring me a bit," Fred admitted. "Good," Molly said, though she softened it with a small smile. "Because what I'm about to say should be taken seriously. I can't stop you from fighting, any of you. I can't lock you in your rooms until the war is over. I can't force you to choose safety over what you believe is right. And even if I could, I shouldn't. Because you're not children anymore, and treating you like you are would be doing you a disservice." She paused, gathering her thoughts, finding the words for what she needed to say. "But I can give you the benefit of what I learned from the last war. I can share what your uncles taught me, what my time in the Order showed me. I can help you be smarter about the risks you're taking, help you understand the difference between courage and recklessness. You want to help us with the defensive products? George asked, surprise evident in his voice. I want to help you stay alive while you are being brave, Molly corrected. There's a difference between fighting well and fighting stupidly. Your uncles fought well. They died anyway, but they fought well, and they saved people in the process. If you're going to fight, and I know you are, then I want you to do it intelligently. Arthur was looking at her with something like wonder in his eyes. Molly. I mean it, Arthur. All of them. She looked at her husband. Bill is a curse breaker because he's brilliant at it, but also because those skills will be useful in the war. Charlie understands dangerous creatures in ways most people don't. That's valuable. Even Percy. She swallowed hard. Even Percy's understanding of ministry politics and procedures, misguided as he is right now, could matter when things get worse. And these two, she gestured at the twins, are creating exactly the kind of practical defensive magic that people will need. What about Ron and Ginny? Fred asked. They're still at school. Ron and Ginny are going to make their own choices too, when the time comes. Ron's already making them. Standing by Harry Potter takes more courage than most adults have. And Ginny? Molly thought of her daughter, fierce and scarred and strong. Ginny already knows what evil looks like up close. She's been preparing herself since she was 12 years old. The kitchen fell silent, except for the bubbling of the cauldron and the whistle of the kettle starting to boil. Arthur rose to make fresh tea, giving everyone a moment to process. Finally, George spoke. So you're saying you'll help us? Actually help us, not just worry and tell us to be careful. I'm saying I'll teach you what I know, Molly said carefully. I'll share the defensive magic I learned, the strategies your uncles taught me, the mistakes I watch people make. I'll do everything I can to give you the tools to survive. But I need you to promise me something in return. Anything, Fred said immediately. Don't be reckless. Don't take unnecessary risks. Don't confuse dying heroically with actually winning. Molly's voice was fierce now, mother love sharpened to a blade. Your uncles died protecting a family. That was worth dying for. But dying because you were showing off, or because you thought you were invincible, or because you didn't think before you acted, that's not heroism. That's waste. We promise, George said solemnly, and Fred nodded. And one more thing. Molly looked at both of them. You come home, regularly. You let me know you're safe. You don't disappear into the fight and forget that you have a family who loves you and needs to know you're alive. The clock, Fred started. The clock tells me where you are, not how you are. I need to see you, talk to you, know that you're still yourselves and not just soldiers in a war. Her voice softened. Can you do that? Yeah, Fred said, his voice rough. Yeah, Mum, we can do that. George reached across the table and took her hand, squeezing it gently. We're not going anywhere, not permanently. We're Weasleys. We always come home. Arthur returned with fresh tea, his eyes suspiciously bright. So, he said, his voice determinedly cheerful. What exactly is that purple concoction supposed to do? The tension broke, and the twins launched into an explanation of their latest defensive product. Something to do with creating temporary shield barriers that could be deployed quickly. Molly listened, asking questions, making suggestions, feeling something shift inside her. This was her fight, not dueling Death Eaters or going on missions or standing on the front lines. Her fight was this: keeping her family connected, keeping them strong, giving them the knowledge and love they needed to survive what was coming, teaching them to be smart about their courage, strategic about their bravery. It wasn't the fight she'd wanted. She'd wanted no fight at all, wanted to keep them all safe and sheltered and far from danger. But if war was inevitable, and it was, then this was how she could contribute. Not by hiding her children away, but by preparing them to face what they couldn't avoid. The morning wore on. The twins' potion reached completion, a successful batch, judging by the pleased sounds they made. Arthur made breakfast, proper breakfast, with eggs and bacon and toast, because someone had to feed the family even during wartime. And Molly sat at the kitchen table, surrounded by defensive magic notes and the comfortable chaos of her family, and felt something that might have been peace, not happiness. The fear was still there, would always be there, but peace nonetheless. The peace of acceptance, of choosing to work with reality instead of fighting against it. Around noon, the flue flared green, and Molly tensed automatically. But it was just Bill, his handsome face appearing in the flames, with the casual confidence of someone who'd flue called 1,000 times. "Mum, Dad, anyone home?" "Bill." Molly moved to the fireplace, kneeling down to see him better. "Are you all right? Is everything—" "Everything's fine, Mum," Bill said, though his expression suggested otherwise. "I just got some news from Gringotts. I'm being transferred back to England, permanently." Arthur moved to stand beside Molly. "When?" "Next month. They're setting up a new security division. Want me to head it." Bill paused. "It's not really about security, though. It's about preparation. The goblins know what's coming, even if the ministry doesn't." "Will you be safer here?" Molly asked, though she already knew the answer. "No," Bill said honestly. "Probably less safe. But I can help more. And," he looked directly at his mother, "and I'd rather be here, with family, if things are going to get bad." Molly felt something warm bloom in her chest, pride, love, gratitude that her eldest son wanted to come home, even knowing the danger. "We'll be glad to have you. The Burrows are always open." "I know," Bill smiled. "That's why I'm coming back. Look, I've got to go. Meeting with the goblins in 10 minutes, but I'll write with details soon. Love you all." "Love you too," Molly managed before the flames died down and Bill's face disappeared. She stayed kneeling there for a moment, Arthur's hand warm on her shoulder. Behind them, the twins had gone quiet, processing the news that their eldest brother was coming home to fight. "They're all going to fight, aren't they?" Fred said softly. "All of us. Even Percy, eventually, when he pulls his head out of his backside." "Yes," Molly said, standing and turning to face her family. "You are, because you're Weasleys, and you're Prewets, and you're too bloody stubborn and brave for your own good." The curse word, so rare from Molly, made the twins grin despite the seriousness of the moment. "But you're not fighting alone," Molly continued. "You're fighting as a family. You watch each other's backs, you come home when you can, and you remember that surviving is just as important as winning." "Yes, Mom," George said, and Fred nodded. Molly looked at the kitchen clock, the normal one, not the magical family tracker. Nearly 1 in the afternoon. The day was passing as days did, whether or not you were ready for them. "Right," she said briskly, falling back into the familiar role of managing her household. You two clean up your experiment before it stains the table. Arthur, those dishes aren't going to wash themselves, and I have a sweater to finish." She retrieved her knitting basket from where she'd left it and settled back into her chair. The maroon wool felt familiar in her hands, the needles clicking with comfortable rhythm as she picked up where she'd left off. But something was different now. The stitches she added carried the same protective magic, the same mother love woven into every row. But there was something else too. Acceptance, trust, the understanding that her children would make their own choices, and all she could do was give them the tools to choose well. "Keep him brave," she whispered to the sweater, changing her usual prayer. "Keep him true. Bring him home, but let him fight his fight." It was a different magic than she'd worked before. Not just protection, but blessing. Not just shielding, but strengthening. The afternoon light streamed through the kitchen windows, painting everything in shades of gold. The twins bickered good-naturedly as they cleaned up their workspace. Arthur hummed tunelessly while washing dishes, and Molly knitted row by row, creating something that was both armor and embrace. Outside, the Shah world continued its slow slide toward war. But inside the burrow, a family prepared itself with love and laughter and the quiet determination that had seen Weasleys through generations of darkness. Molly looked at the family clock again. 9 golden hands, all still safe. Home, school, work, traveling. For now, that was enough. She picked up her needles and continued knitting, each stitch a prayer, each row a promise. Not that she could keep them safe. She'd finally accepted she couldn't. But that she would give them everything she had, every scrap of knowledge and love and strength, so they could keep themselves safe. And when the darkness came, as it inevitably would, they would face it together, as a family, as Weasleys. The sweater grew beneath her hands, woven with protection and blessing, and the fierce, unbreakable love of a mother who had finally learned that letting go was its own form of holding on.